All right, hi there. It is time for stream. We are going to start off with book club. Welcome everyone. If you're new here, my name's Natasha. We do co-working streams as well as lots of other fun stuff, things like book club today. We usually do that once a month. It used to be on the first Monday of the month, but my schedule's changed, so I think it's going to be on the first Thursday of the month for the foreseeable future. We'll see what happens again over Christmas. My schedule might change again. And yeah, we also do creative things like art, fashion design, graphic design, business streams, all sorts of cool stuff. So I hope you enjoy. I hope you are ready to talk about books. Let me know what you're reading, what you've been reading, what you want to read. And then we're going to do some co-working after that. So should be a fun stream today. Not a super long one, but you know, a good couple hours. And yeah, we're going to dive in. This month's book, I read this a little while ago, so I've got to kind of remember. I pulled up some websites on it because I don't have it anymore. I read it on my phone, and like it, you know, the library app sends it back after you're done with it. But I really enjoyed this book. So this is The Witch of Blackbird Pond by Elizabeth George Spear. I feel like this was written mid-century in the 50s or 60s or so. I could probably look that up. I think I pulled up like the Wikipedia page. But yeah. And it's really cute. It's not supernatural. It's all very grounded in reality. And I think this is one of those books that has been assigned reading in schools for like kids in grade school quite frequently, because it's kind of a young adult book or even younger than that kind of age of literature. But I really enjoyed it. I think it's like classified as a children's book, but it's a novel, and yeah, I really liked it. I thought it was really great. I'm going to kind of go through an overview of the story and the characters, kind of what happens, why I liked it, all that sort of stuff. Mute. The characters, kind of what happens, why I liked it. Shush. Where's mute? There it is. Sorry. Trying to get everything set up here. All right. Okay, I think we got it done. All right. I'll go over the story, the characters, the things I liked, maybe things I didn't like, and yeah, this won't be a super long review. It's not a super long book, and it's not a super complicated book, but it's actually really in-depth. It had a lot of stuff I really liked. So, to start with, as an overview, it is about this young girl who grew up in the Caribbean, and this is, let me figure out what year it's set actually, because I feel like that's useful information, but it's definitely early America, late 17th century. So there's still potentially witch hunts, this type of thing happening. It also, like, one of the reasons it's definitely like an assigned school reading type book is that it touches on a couple different things. Like, it touches on slavery, it touches on witch hunts, it touches on kind of, you know, colonial life, settler life, all this sort of things, as well as people from different places coming together and learning about each other and becoming, you know, family and fitting into a new community, that kind of thing. The main character, I don't even remember her name. I seriously read this like before last book club, so like more than a month ago. So I'm going from memory, but I really enjoyed it, so I want to be talking about it. What was her name? She is a young girl who grew up in the Caribbean. She lived with her grandfather, and then he dies when she's still, a preteen? And so she goes up to her only surviving family, which is up in New England. And it is a complete culture shock for her because she grew up relatively rich in the Caribbean. Her grandfather kind of, I think, owned a plantation or something like that. Definitely something with slaves. And so she thinks that's totally normal. And she has beautiful clothes, beautiful everything, right? A very fancy life. And so she has a complete change of situation when she moves in with her family in New England, who are very average settlers, not struggling to get by, but not fancy dresses. And also they're very Puritan. So there's a lot of interesting religious conflicts that happen in the book, but it's actually written in such a way where the main character's perspective, she doesn't really understand what's going on. So sometimes she'll get asked questions about, like, does she support the king and that kind of stuff, or what about her religion and politics. And she doesn't really, like, she knows how she answers but she doesn't really know what they're getting at. And then eventually she kind of clues in like, hey, oh, there's some people who don't answer this way. And what does that mean? And what does that look like? And why? Especially because this is America dealing with the whole British coming into their own against Britain, and what that looks like, and how these different individual colonies are in the world. Oh, that's not fair. I just got a comment from a bot, but it starts with paradoxical, and I have an actual friend, another streamer on Twitch, his name is Paradoxical Ghoul, and it's like, that's not fair. I think you're my actual friend, and you are not. Go away. Bam. Oh, side note, the new auto mod, whatever program algorithm Twitch has implemented has been working really well for me, but I've heard from some people that it starts assuming normal accounts are bots, and that's kind of like sad and scary. So if you ever get your comment restricted on my channel, just try to let me know, because I will try to fix it if you are not a bot and are an actual person who wants to be commenting on the channel, because I keep my settings pretty open on this channel. Like, pretty much anyone can comment and comment whatever they want, and then I just, deal with situations on a case-by-case basis. So yeah, I wouldn't want people to be excluded from the channel because of a bot that I don't control. Oh, the book is really cute too. I haven't talked about this yet. It has kind of a little love triangle. It's more than that. It's kind of like a big, messy, complicated thing, because there's the two guys she likes, but then one of them is liked by her cousin. She's living with her family, her aunt and uncle and cousins. And I'll talk about that a little bit too. But so one of them is liked by her cousin, and then the other one likes her other cousin. And then there's another boy who she actually really likes, but of course she doesn't really like him at the start. He kind of, there's that tension. They kind of maybe are at odds a little bit, and it's really good. And then the kind of fancy rich boy in town starts liking her, but that's the one her cousin liked. And it's this really cute, really complex, but really realistic take on how these people end up in these different relationships at different times. And in the end, of course, it all works out. Everyone ends up with the right person, but you really don't know going through what's going to happen. Like, is she going to be married off to this guy because he asked first and he's a really stable match, and she kind of wants it because she misses her wealthy life in the Caribbean, and this guy has, is going to have the nicest house in town and all of that. So it's kind of what decisions to make. But also she knows her cousin liked him, but also her cousin is now seeing this other boy who the other cousin likes, but no one knows that because she's very quiet and he's very quiet. And so she thinks she's just never going to get married at all, the other cousin, because yeah, all of this has happened. So when it frees up, then, they all settle into the right relationships, which was really cute. And yeah, they were written it wasn't super obvious what was going to happen, because everyone was human and real, and no one was like the bad guy, or it wasn't the evil step cousin or the bad guy in town. They were all kind of real characters who any of them could have settled down with, right? So none of that is the actual real plot. The real plot is that there's an older woman in town who is kind of considered a witch, but like it hasn't come to a head in town, because most of the people in town are pretty rational, and she's just a widowed woman who's maybe a little weird. And of course the young main character, she builds a friendship with this woman and is like, why do people not like you? You're great. But she's a Quaker and everyone else in town is, I don't actually know, I'm assuming they're Puritan. I don't know if I know if that's the correct thing, but I'm gonna assume it is. But yeah, the one woman they don't like is a Quaker, and now that her husband's dead, she's on her own and she's ostracized because of it. And so that's what the book is really about, kind of how does a community turn on someone, and what does it mean to not support that, not buy into that. But she also has to be really careful, because she ends up getting accused of witchcraft because she's also weird and an outsider and doesn't fit into the town's standards and expectations. or even the expectations of her family, her new family. So she kind of has to relearn how to operate in this new system. One of the funny things that happens at the start is she jumps off the boat into the water and can swim because she grew up in the Caribbean. But no one else in town can swim, and they all think if she floats, it means she's a witch. And of course she can swim, so she's not sinking. And it's like, maybe you shouldn't swim around here anymore, because that's a thing witches do. And she's like, I'm not allowed to swim? Like, what? That's ridiculous. It's not magic, it's swimming. But there's some little cute moments like that really drive home how much of a change this culture is for her. And some moments that drive home what a different perspective she has on things. So for instance, she gives up her slave to move up to this town because there's no money left in the family. Like her grandfather had no money left when he died, in debts and all that kind of stuff. So it looked like they were wealthy by the end, but the money was gone. So in order to travel up to New England, she sold her personal slave, and she's like, this is, this sucks and it's a hardship, but I can do it and I'll be fine. And everyone in New England is like, no, we don't do slaves up here, so no, that's not good, and like, have you ever thought about it? And then of course she kind of thinks about it a bit, right? But that's not one of the major points in the book, but it's nice that it's kind of in there, and it shows her as not being a cruel, evil person who kept slaves. It was just something she didn't think about. And I think there's a lot of media that, and it's not, how do I phrase this? I think there's a lot of short-sighted media that shows all slave owners as these really bad, awful people who are like evil and cruel, when a lot of them were just complacent and unthinking, right? Like there's a lot of cruelty that happens in the world that's not malicious, it's just easier. And you kind of can see that in her. It's like, oh, she just never thought about it, that's just the way it was. And I think showing that side of the story is really important, because not to diminish criticism of their actions, but to understand how it happens. Because if you think only evil people could do this kind of thing, you think you could never do it. You think the people you know and love could never do it. But it's not true. Every society in, worldwide historical culture has dealt with slaves at some point. Like most societies have had slaves. So it's pretty much, it's one of those things most human beings are naturally willing to do. The way America in particular, and the Americas, and the type of slavery that was the big last gasp of slavery, was like kind of actively worse than historical slavery for many reasons, kind of different factors that made it more exploitative and more cruel, and just on a different level than it had ever been historically, which is obviously why it started, humanity as a culture, as a global culture, decided, hey, actually, this is pretty gross. Let's not do that anymore. Whereas for most of human history, the majority of the population worked on farms. So if you work on a farm as a tenant, because your lord owns the property, or you work on the farm as a slave because your master owns the property, there wasn't a lot of difference for most of history, right? So as that shifted within kind of the globalization and travel and lots of other factors, industrial revolution, that kind of stuff, it became way more exploitative and nasty. Oh, hey, what have we got? Sun Tiger Tacita. Oh, I like your name. Thank you. I did my Halloween nails, my autumn October nails, and then I realized they look like Reese's Pieces, and I want to eat them, but I can't find Reese's Pieces in Rome, so I'm gonna have to find some at some point. But I wish I'd done them round, because they really do look like Reese's Pieces, and I did them kind of almond shaped, and I'm like, these could be so much more forbidden candy if they were round. But thank you. yeah, I wanted some fun fall colors. And I'm wearing like pink today, but most of the week I've been wearing like my mustard shirts and my emerald cardigan and my red hat and all my fall colors. How is your day going? Tell me all about it. We're doing book club right now. Tell me what you've read recently, or what you're reading. Where was I? I was talking about, slavery and yeah, how it got really bad. And I think it's important to show the people who were slave owners but weren't cruel and evil. They were just misguided, and show how people fall into that and can be brought out of that, right? So that we can see how to prevent that in the future and how to think about things that maybe people don't think are a problem until it's brought up to them. I think there's a lot of things like that in the world that are we're constantly thinking about things in new ways as we have the ability to be better. So I think that's really good. That was a small part of the book. It wasn't a major part. The other thing that's really, one of the reasons this book really caught me is that I have a really soft spot for, I really hate when people lie for no reason, but I really love when people lie because they have to protect someone else. So my favorite example of this is the Scarlet Pimpernel and Moulin Rouge. Those are two really good examples. So basically, in the Scarlet Pimpernel, the main character thinks his wife has betrayed someone to the guillotine. It's all set in the French Revolution. This is like a total side note, but I'm going to go off on it because I really like this trope. But he can't talk to her about it because if it is true, like, it will only make things worse. But he's been lied to by someone else malicious, and she didn't actually do it. But he has to keep lying to her. And so, of course, he's the Scarlet Pimpernel. He's this secret kind of figure who helps save people in disguise. But he can't tell her because he loved her so much until this happened. And it happened after they were married. And he was going to tell her. But he can't tell her now because if it is true, she could, betray him. So he just has to keep pretending to be foolish with her. But it's for such a good reason. He's not just lying for no sake. It's like he really loves her and he would totally tell her, but this is a problem. But she, doesn't even know that he thinks this. Otherwise, she would completely just tell him the truth, right? So it's really set up well like that. Your day is going well. Right now you're reading the Worm Web serial, which is about a superhuman who can control bugs. Ooh, I've never heard of it. I'll look it up. Worm Web serial. Okay, superhero. And it's a web serial. Oh, okay, is it just like fiction published online kind of thing? Like chapters published? Kind of one of those ones where they just publish chapters every week or every month or something. Ooh. Keep thinking I should do something like that. Okay, and then Moulin Rouge is the other example, and that one is similar. She's in love with one guy, but the other guy who loves her is the one who's funding the whole business that she works at, and she can't. If she breaks up with the guy who's funding everything, that would be fine. They could live and be poor and happy together, but he's going to kill him, right? The evil guy's going to kill the one she actually loves if she doesn't stay with him. And so she can't tell him this straight up because he'd fight for her, right? Like he'd just end up dying anyways because they'd get into a duel or whatever and die. And so instead, she'd rather him be alive and happy and not murdered. So she has to break up with him and tell him she doesn't love him. And so it's like this really good reason to lie. And I'm such a sucker for people who have to lie to protect someone instead of just people lying because they're being selfish or foolish or silly or whatever, right? Like I hate rom-coms that are just based on people lying to each other for no good fucking reason. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Just silly. But I love it when there's a really good reason. So in this book, The Witch of Blackbird Pond, the reason... Yep, it's all free. Ooh, okay, I'll take a look at it. You said you like it? It's good. In this one, the thing she has to lie about is she starts she meets this other young girl in town who's younger than her, maybe like, 6 or 8 or something, and she's like, I don't know, preteen, 13 or something, maybe. I'm guessing. I don't remember. It's very good, and it's very long, though. Oh, interesting. Okay. I'm not great with super long things because I'm ADD as hell, and I just get bored, and I forget about them, and then I never notice them again, and it's been 3 years, and I'm like, oh yeah, I was reading that thing, wasn't I? So she meets this young girl in town, and she starts teaching her to read, because she knows how to read. But this young girl doesn't get to go to school because her parents think she's stupid because she's very shy and very timid and this kind of thing. So it feels like she can't read because she doesn't answer questions. But she's... Oh, I broke my wine glass and spilled wine everywhere. All right, I'll just be a minute. Damn, that was one of my pretty wine glasses. These ones came with the, they're like part of the furnished apartment, so there's not a full set of them, but I still have quite a few left. And this is the first one I've broken, and I've been here for 1.5 years, so that's actually pretty good. Some of them already have like little chips already because they're, used, but they're so pretty, and I'm so sad because that was such a stupid thing too. It wasn't like it even fell on the floor. It just like got tilted slightly to the right and then smashed. And it's because I guess it's because I'm using these ceramic coasters, so maybe I shouldn't use the ceramic coasters. Because yeah, they make it more like, if it did just hit the wood, it might not have smashed. It might have just, the wooden table, it might have been okay, or the wooden coasters. So that's a shame, because they're very pretty, but I have some more. And it happens. And I'm clumsy as hell, so I break things all the time. I'm usually very careful with things I really like, and I do quite like these wine glasses. But they're not a complete perfect set anyways, so they've already had some damage well before I got into the picture. Okay, that's a shame. Oh, that candle smells so good. Okay, what have we got here? Oh, and I don't like spilling drinks on the coasters because I feel like because they're like wood and like this netting material and glue, I feel like they have a tendency to try to grow mold, so I'm gonna go wash those off. Okay. Try to get rid of any little shards that might be hanging about. Alright, impromptu cleaning. Not all that surprising when I'm involved. I was trying to prevent it from getting under this laptop stand, but I think some of it did. So, oh, not really. Okay, good. It pretty much stopped it from going any further. That's fine. Just along the edge of it then. Good. Okay, and it didn't go. Thankfully, it was on the opposite side of this keyboard, so it like splashed on the keyboard, but it didn't like, drench it, which is great. Okay. Alright. Okay, we're almost free and clear. And I didn't get any of it on my planner or my notebook. So that's a win. Hey, that's glass. Saw a sparkle. No, I'll probably be finding glass all night. Okay, that's all right. I have to do laundry tomorrow anyways, so I'll have to wash all these towels and stuff. Actually, just the one towel. I think we're doing all right. And I should probably wash the floor. That needs to be done anyways. So I guess the timing's not too bad. Down the ground so it doesn't get sticky. And we'll mop it for real tomorrow. Okay. All right, back to business here. What have I got? I need a new coaster or two. All right, and we have a new wine glass. Let's try not to break this one. Wait, what's that? I'm sitting on the paper towel. All right. All right, I've totally forgotten where we were now. But no permanent damage was done. Everything, my books and my keyboard are all good. My other keyboard was protected underneath. Okay. All right. What's going on in chat here? Hi, Yanos. How's it going? Yeah, I'm so clumsy. I just constantly break things and knock things over, and sometimes they don't break. Thankfully, this apartment has a wooden floor, not a tile floor. Oh my god, on tile floors, I'm just a menace. Wooden floors, you have a chance of not breaking something. Tile, done. Anything you drop is shattered. Would you be able to buy replacements, or are they expensive? So like I said, these ones came with the furnished apartment, so a bit of natural wear and tear is expected. You're not, you know, after living in a place for multiple years, you're not expected to have all the same plates and cups and stuff that you started with. If I smashed all of them, I would probably buy a new set of wine glasses for the apartment, but I still have most of them, so I'm not going to worry about it. Unless I do smash all of them over the next couple of years before I move out. We'll see. But yeah, so I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah, I hate cleaning up broken glass. Be careful of the little pieces, right? This one was good because this is it's such a delicate, beautiful, thin glass that all the little pieces were like these little tiny, they were very easy to pick up and not dangerous because they didn't break into sharp pieces. They just broke into little delicate chunks. Yeah, you usually break high stem wine glasses, and you've started using wine glasses without stems. I have some stemless ones that I use for like picnics and things like that, and when I'm outside on the patio, because yeah, it's too tempting. It's tempting fate to go outside with one of these on the couch. All right, where was I in my conversation? Let's pour some more wine. I was talking about lying for a reason and how I really like it when stories do that. And in this one, she has to lie because she starts teaching the young girl to read, and she starts doing it at the woman's house who everyone thinks is a witch. So when she is accused of witchcraft, they find the book that has the young girl's name written on it, you know, multiple times. Like the whole page is just the young girl practicing writing her own name. But because they don't know the young girl was ever at that house, they think she was writing it as a witch to curse the girl, right? To curse the family. But she can't tell the truth. She can't admit that, no, she didn't write them. It was the girl, because then the young girl would be in trouble for going to this house and everything and, you know, doing this school and stuff. So it's like, in order to protect the young girl, she can't admit that the truth of what actually happened, even though it was totally innocuous and actually helpful, because she knows, you know, the young girl would get beaten by her dad or whatever, right? So I really like that, where, you know, she has to sacrifice herself because she's not willing to betray this young girl's, you know, trust, who she got her into that situation, right? Like, she's like, hey, yeah, I'll teach you, right? Like, she's a very proactive, very energetic kind of character. And of course, in the end, it all comes, like, it works out. She doesn't get hung as a witch. But, you know, there's kind of some different things that happen. The little love triangle is cute at the end there too, because, you know, she's kind of expecting her fiance, the rich guy, to, you know, at least come see her in prison or like defend her or literally anything. And he doesn't even show up. He does nothing. But of course, the guy she actually ends up with comes through and tries to help her, and even tries to help her like escape and stuff. But she, you know, she wants to talk to people. And then her family comes through and, you know, agrees that, hey, she's not a witch. She's just a little different. She's just not from around here, but she's not trying to hurt anyone. I really liked it. I liked how all those little things happened. I love the atmosphere. So you just get this really great vibes of this kind of perfect for this time of year, that kind of fall vibes, winter vibes, New England type, you know, colony, homestead, like animals, the beautiful descriptions of the house of the older woman. And it's really well written, really cute, really well descriptive, good characters. It's one of the books I would absolutely 100. I'm actually probably going to buy it in a hard copy. So I usually read everything nowadays online, like on my phone, and then I only buy hard copy covers of the books I really like. And this is one of the ones I'm going to buy. Actually, I need to start a list because there's 2 or 3 right now that I've read in the last 6 months where I'm like, oh, I need a hard copy of this. So yeah, this is one of the books I'm absolutely going to buy a hard copy of. So I really liked it, and I'm actually really amazed that I never read it when I was a kid, when I was the target audience, because I would have loved this book as a kid. Like, it's absolutely would have been up my alley. You know, we got kind of some pseudo magic, pseudo witch vibes, but mostly it's just this headstrong young girl who's kind of figuring out how to get by in a town that maybe she doesn't quite fit in. And like, obviously that's, you know, that's perfect for the age group it's targeted at, because that's a very pretty common feeling in, you know, young girls and young people in general. So I'm actually glad that it's one of those books that gets read in schools, because I think it's perfect for that. Honor is great in stories. Yes. Honor and loyalty. Yeah, exactly. Like, she's loyal to this girl, you know, who at the end of the day, and she's loyal to the older woman who, she ends up dying at one point, but there's quite a few different situations where the main character has to kind of help her or save her or, oh no! Oh my god, I don't think she actually, I'm giving you like spoilers that aren't even true. I don't think she actually dies. I think something else happens and she gets saved, and it's really sweet, and they kind of all work together. I remember what happens. Her house gets burned down. But she did, okay, yeah, I won't give too many spoilers because it's a cute little story, and it's nice. It's fun to read. It's kind of exciting to read. And it's a short book too, so you guys, like, you can read it really quickly. It's not a difficult read, and it's not a long read. So I highly recommend it because it's a sweet, cute little story. It is novel length, like it's not like a short story, but yeah, it's worth reading. It's really nice. It should be in every library because, like I said, it's one of those American school books. And yeah, I really like. You could also probably find it used secondhand very easily, because I feel like it's one of those books that's just probably very in the market as a used book. What else? Yeah, how she helps the older woman, and again, yeah, that loyalty, that honor, just understanding that even at risk to herself, someone needs to help her, and she's gonna do it. Oh, one thing that was really interesting was, so at the beginning when she arrives, she has all these trunks of beautiful dresses. And so she tries to offer them to her cousins, right? Because, you know, she's like, hey, do you want these? They're beautiful. They're, you know, you can have one. I have lots. And the dad won't let the cousins accept the dresses, right? But at the end of the book, she gifts them again. And this time they accept them. And what was the line that they said? Because it was something I'd never considered as a motivation for gifts. I think the dad says something like, we'll accept them. I can't remember if it's a dialogue or if it's just in the prose. Like, it might just be in her head kind of thing. But it's something like, we can accept them this time because they're not given out of pride. You know, they're given out of love. Whereas when she first got there, she was just, you know, these were her beautiful, great things that she had and she could share, which is, I don't think that's a bad motivation. And I think obviously the Puritan mindset of being like, no, we're not accepting these because you're showing off is like, I think that's too far. Obviously, that's a very Puritan, extreme mindset. But I'd never considered, like, yeah, the difference between giving something out of pride versus giving something out of love, and how someone could see that difference and be like, no, we don't need these gifts. These aren't something that you should give to us in this way. Even though she was coming at it from a place of generosity, being like, I have these extras and you like them, so here, you can have them. I don't need them. And I just thought that was a type of motivation I had never thought of or considered before as being something someone else could not want. Right? Because she's not doing it out of any bad reasoning. Like, she's not being like, oh, I'll show off, or oh, they'll like me more if I give this to them, or oh, they'll think I'm so great if I have extras of these, or you know what I mean? Like, there's no selfish motivation or intentionally prideful motivation, but definitely she's like, I have these great things, you don't, I'll give them to you. And I'd never considered that before as a motivation to be examined, and I just thought that was something that surprised me when I read it. I think I've kind of covered all of it. Yeah, I really liked, it was very well set in its place. Like, you really kind of felt like you were in this town with the woods and the river, kind of far from the civilization she used to know. Yeah, all the characters are really good. And again, like I said, by the end of the book, you kind of know all the members of the family and these different people in town and how they all connect. And yeah, the balance of some of the conversation she's a part of, where as an adult you can be like, oh, I see what's going on here, but the main character doesn't, is very well balanced in order to keep it accessible for a younger audience. But also as an adult, you can be like, oh, okay, these characters in town are obviously on this side of the political divide, and these characters are on another side, or religious, or whatever, right? But it also doesn't hide it either. Like, it comes up in text, textually in dialogue with her, with the main character at certain points. So she also, as the young reader, you also get to see what it's about. So very well balanced, I thought. And then, yeah, the little bit at the end where they actually do try to accuse her of witchcraft and stuff. You know, good drama. Very fun. And her deciding whether, you know, she wants to go back to Barbados or stay in New England. I really liked it. I feel like I keep talking more about it, even though I think I'm done, but I think I'm actually done talking about it. I enjoyed it. I recommend it. I wish I'd read it as a kid, and I would totally recommend it, especially as a gift to any young people, you know, anyone kind of child or preteen, even teenager, honestly, any age. I read this now and I loved it. I would have absolutely adored it as a child or a preteen. And it would make a great gift for definitely a child or a preteen who likes reading. Yeah, okay. So I think we're done with book club. What are we at? 44 minutes, yeah. I had a wine spill in the middle of that, but that makes sense because it's a pretty short book. All right, so next month is going to be, let's take a look at the calendar. I've got stuff going on next month. Let's see if I have anything in particular written down on the first beginning of next month. Okay, it would be November 7th would be the first Thursday of November, and I don't have anything written down. I think I'm like just available and accessible during that time. So that's good. So I'll write down book club on November 7th, which is the first Thursday in November. And we are going to be doing, what book are we going to be doing? I think it's going to be a sci-fi book. Let me pull it up here. I think I already posted this in the Discord, but I will confirm that it's what we're going to do. Yeah, The Invincible by Stanislaw Lem. So this is a sci-fi book. It's also mid-century, I think written in the 60s. And I ranted about it last month because it's really funny. There's no female characters in this whole book, even though they have space travel. In the far future, the author could not envision women on the spaceship. So I'll talk more about that next month, but it's also a really good book, really interesting sci-fi concepts of what intelligent life might even look like in a truly alien form, i.e. not like humanoid aliens, but like something, what could alien life look like that developed completely differently from us and thinks so differently that we don't even realize it's intelligent for a while. That kind of sci-fi. So I'll talk about that one next month, and it's really good. Also not a super long read, but yeah, a good novel length sci-fi book. Yeah, it's good to read things that make you feel good. Exactly. That's why, yeah, I really like this book because, like I said, there was quite a few moments where I'm like, oh, I'm really enjoying this. And again, the character was such a great, my type of character, right? Like a young girl who's, you know, gonna make things happen and get in trouble and, you know, kind of be at odds with, you know, the society around her, but she's gonna figure it out eventually. So really cute. All right, we're gonna switch over to Coworking. I've got Worm open now. All right. Good book club. I enjoyed that book. I've got a bunch of books on the reading on the book club list now. For like the first 6 months of this year, I wasn't reading much. Well, I wasn't reading novels. I was reading a lot of short stories, which I actually do a lot, period. But for the last couple months, I've been back on the novel train hard, and not on the, usually I'm on the nonfiction train for this book club. Like I read a lot of business books or motivation books or that kind of stuff, but it's been all novels the last 6 months. So I've got a bunch of novels coming up for book club, and I'll probably post a list of those on the Discord at some point. All right, what are we doing? We're doing, okay. I think I hit this camera at one point, so try to get it set up right. I think that's better. All right, it's co-working time. Let's go. And we had a super productive day yesterday. So hopefully we'll be, you know, somewhat as productive as that today. Although honestly, I was actually super productive earlier today, but it wasn't on desk work. It was in town. I had Italian class. I had to go do like 3 different shopping errands. I got my costume for next weekend because I'm going to the Rome Comic Con, which I've never been to before. So I'm going to the Comic Con, and I'm going to go as Wednesday Addams from the new show in her black dance dress. So I found that dress today, and then I did a bunch of other stuff. Like I had to buy insoles, like, you know what I mean? I had to do X, Y, and Z. So I was very productive today. Oh, I did like photocopying, like so many little details. So actually I was really productive today. And now hopefully I can be really productive in actual work and not just errands and tasks that need to be done. So let's start off the Pomodoro timer, and we'll run an ad in a second here. So good time to go for a bathroom break, anything like that. 45 minutes on the timer. We're on working mode. Let's go. Alright, well, it is break time. Let's put the Pomodoro timer on 15-minute break. We got some work done there. We got a little bit of work done. Not the work I needed to do, but some other work, so something. That's still good. Still productive, not messing around, so that's good. How's everyone else doing out there? What are you guys working on today? What are you up to? Studying, working, relaxing, watching movies. Ooh, I'm excited. I've been watching the new Agatha All Along on Disney. Kind of a spin-off from the WandaVision Marvel TV show. And I watched the first 2 episodes, and then 2 more episodes have come out, and I haven't watched them yet, but I started watching the 3rd episode, and I want to watch both of them. So, as I heard one of my friends said she really liked them, so I'm excited. And I liked the first 2 episodes, so I want to watch more of that. Absolutely. Okay, what else have we got going on? Okay, I feel like I was gonna make pasta for dinner, but I don't think I'm going to because it seems like too much work. I did buy fresh mozzarella today for pasta. What else could I do with mozzarella that's less difficult than pasta? Pasta's so fucking easy too, but it requires 2 things. It requires cooking the sauce and making the pasta, and that's one more thing than I want to do. So what can I do instead? I've got nice fresh mozzarella. I've got a little bit of pesto left. See, that's the thing. I would have to make more pesto sauce, but I could pretty much just make a cream sauce and add the pesto in. But I don't think I want to do that. I still feel like that's too much work. So what do I want to do instead that's not as much work as that, even though the pesto is already pre-made? I saw this really cool looking recipe for kind of a pumpkin pasta sauce, and I really want to try that at some point, but I need to find pumpkin, obviously, to do it, so I haven't found that yet. Okay, what have I got? I have mozzarella, I have pesto, I have cream, I have nice tomatoes, I have spinach, I have cheese, quite a bit of cheese right now. I have like some risotto and rice and things like this, but I don't think I want to do any of that. It's too much food. I'm not actually that hungry. Something little. I might just do snacks. I might just do like some chips and some cheese and maybe like some bread and tomatoes, just like a little snack plate. I really don't feel like a full meal. I don't think I want to cook anything. I had lunch when I was running around town today, so I'm not very hungry. Maybe I just need a little. If I have the tomatoes on the plate, it'll feel like it's healthy. Even if it's just mostly cheese and crackers. I say crackers, I mean chips. I mean like actual potato chips. Might do that. I'll give another work period and then I'll decide because I'm not super hungry right now. Okay, I've got to decide what I want to do for the next work period. I've got 2 work periods left. I should do some graphic design and/or I should do some accounting. Or I could do some TikTok editing, but I don't think I want to. I don't think I'm in a TikTok editing mood today. But that is something I should keep in mind as a generic to-do list item this month, because I should be doing TikTok advertising for October. Because it's a good month for TikTok for witchy niches. It's really interesting. So I do a lot of analytics and data analytics on my businesses, and so Twitch is one of my businesses. So I do a lot of analytics on other people's streams as well to kind of see who's, you know, doing what, who's successful, who's not, like who's growing, who's not, that kind of stuff. And it's really interesting because I started kind of right after COVID, and it's really interesting to look at the streamers who started during COVID and their kind of meteoric growth, because there was huge growth during COVID on Twitch for obvious reasons. But it's interesting also to look at kind of some random streamers who also have really strong growth after COVID as well. So it's really, and obviously I have no growth lately because I'm not streaming consistently, and you can't grow at all unless you're streaming multiple times a week, and I'm not. So yeah, I was actually, oh, that's one of the things I wanted to do today. I wanted to count, that's something I should do. I wanted to count how many streams I've been doing every month this month. Because some months it was pretty, like January, February were pretty good this month, but this year, but obviously like September wasn't, you know, so I wanted to kind of take a look at those stats because it's very interesting to kind of see. It's interesting to see how much streaming regularly makes a huge difference on channel growth and all those kind of things. Elena Ferrante has a novel titled My Brilliant Friend, which has just been produced as a TV series on HBO. Oh, okay, so that might be a good one to start with. I'll have to look into it. Yeah, like I feel like I streamed a lot in August, but I really only streamed like 6 times, so that's actually not a lot. And I don't know, I feel like I streamed so much in August. Well, I guess because it was more than June, where I only streamed twice. So I guess, yeah, a little bit more than once a week. That's why I feel like it was a lot. Oh, September was only once. That's the worst this year. I actually didn't realize September was that bad. Shit, even in April and June I streamed twice. Fuck, that's pretty bad. So I didn't really have a reason in September to not be streaming. Well, the weather was just terrible. It can be watched on Prime. Okay. Excellent. I will look it up on Prime then. Oh my god, I'm so excited about the new Twitch categories. Co-working category is back, and today I'm on the reading category, which is brand new. I've never seen that before, and I'm super excited. There's a writing category now. Like, yes, that needed to exist. Thank you. Thank you, Twitch. Also downloading a bunch of new music from Moobert today, so we'll have some new music on the channel next stream. Alright, it is time for another work session. Let's dive right in. Okay, putting it on work. There we go. Alright, I'll be back on mic in 45. Let's get some stuff done. Productivity time. Alright, it's time for a break. Hi, Big Ducky Snow, how are you? How's it going today? Hope you're having a lovely day. Alright, we're on break mode. Alright, it wasn't an unproductive session. I got a bunch of stuff done, but it was random stuff, and it wasn't any, like, major things, but, like, sometimes that's how she goes. And it's all stuff that needed to be done, so can't really complain. And again, I knew today was not going to be the same kind of productivity as yesterday. And it's not even like it's less productive. I have done so many things today. It was just not sitting at a desk getting things done. It was stuff in town. But it was all productive. And yesterday was insanely productive, so there's no way it was going to, be a repeat of that. Especially because I had to spend half the day running around town. So, like, I can't be upset. I just feel like I'm not doing what I need to be doing, but I am also doing what I need to be doing. So it's that weird mindset, right? Oh, I also realized today I could just ask AI to write me voiceover scripts for my art reels and TikToks. Because I know art reels do better when you're kind of babbling randomly over the video, and I don't do that right now. I've just been posting my art reels with music because I, didn't know what to say. And I'm like, oh my god, I can just ask AI to write me a script, like write me a 1-minute script, write me a 15-second script, write me a 5-minute script, and then I just have to read it out. So my art reels are going to get more interesting soon, hopefully. I have to actually find the time to record the voiceovers now. But if it's 15 seconds or 30 seconds, it actually should be good. And maybe that will bump up the engagement on my art Instagram, which has had historically flat engagement. Who knows? Anything's possible. And it is something I've been meaning to do for a while, because I know well-performing art Instagrams have voiceovers, and I just didn't have the energy to make it happen before I figured out that I could use AI for it. Oh, wow. So, big changes for you. Did you grow up Catholic? So you've recently decided on the Catholic faith. So you've been studying the Bible, praying, learning to say the rosary, and you have a meeting at church on Sunday regarding joining the Catholic Church called the RICA. Other than that, you've been doing karaoke, YouTube, and TV, yoga, and studying languages. That's amazing. It sounds like you've got all these great things, kind of big changes going on. What made you feel like this was the right choice for you? RCIA is the correct spelling. Tell me more. I'm looking at my schedule to try and see. One of my to-do list items is streaming schedule, question mark, some sort of streaming schedule. And I'm like, I could stream again this week. No, I couldn't. This will definitely be the last stream of the week because on Sunday I've got the Rome Comics Con, which I've never been to before, and I'm excited to go to that. But that's on Sunday, and I want to get there, like, you know, not crazy early, but like in the morning, so I have the full day to kind of experience what it's like, because I don't know what it'll be like. And, you know, hopefully there'll be some good doujinshi sellers and some cosplayers and stuff like that, so that should be fun. But yeah, it means I'm not going to get a full night's sleep on Saturday. Because I'll work till late, and same on Friday I will be able to get a full night's sleep, but yeah, I definitely can't be wasting time on anything other than making sure my sleep schedule is good for the next couple days. And then next week, okay, I haven't written down any sort of schedule for next week, so let's do that next. Okay, so okay. I'm really trying to like keep track of like my work and commute times and all that, so that I can kind of get some sort of handle on, I don't know, working on my business, streaming more regularly, that kind of stuff. Okay. You didn't grow up Catholic, but you wanted to become Catholic because of the richness, the discipline, the many resources for learning and studying and praying, and the more involving services, including services for various saints and holidays throughout the year. Did you grow up as a different religion? A different Christian religion, or something completely different? Sorry for all the questions, I just find this stuff very interesting. I'm very curious. You don't have to answer anything if you don't want to, but I'd love to hear more. Work is going all right. I've got 4 days a week at the pub, and then all my online work is kind of a mess right now, so that sucks. But I've got 4 days a week at local work, so that's not too bad. It's not great because it's just pub and it's not good salary, but it is in town. It does get me out in public and all that sort of stuff. Hopefully it'll help me get the work visa, which I'm applying for right now for next year. So that would be good. I'm still in Rome, where I've been for the last year and a half, and where I'm staying forever. So the Catholic faith is of very topical, very relevant interest to my life because I'm surrounded by Catholicism in Rome. What are the questions again? Did you grow up with a different Christian faith, or did you grow up with a different faith entirely, or no faith at all? Okay, I want to write in my sleep schedule because I feel like I need to. I started doing that this week, and it just kind of, because I don't have a normal sleep schedule, especially because I'm working pretty late at the bar, but in general I don't have a normal sleep schedule anyway, so sometimes I don't bother, but sometimes it really helps me to mark down when I'm planning to sleep. Usually it's more like a tentative suggestion, because when I actually sleep is kind of not up to me. Sometimes it's better to not force it and just, if I'm awake, I'm awake, and if I'm asleep, I'm asleep. You know, as long as I get to work and stuff. You had no religion growing up, and your parents hadn't had one since they were wee kids. That's fascinating, but something about it really resonated with you. It really felt right, hey? Something really caught your attention. You're sort of called to it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've heard that kind of phrasing before, so that makes sense. Something about it just was right for you. Fascinating. I love religion. I love talking about religion, so very interesting. I also love Catholic churches, like especially here in Italy. Like they're beautiful, like they're stunning, they're gorgeous. Everything about them is like awe-inspiring. Like you walk in and it's just like, so I feel that. Okay, I still haven't really eaten anything. I'd like a little bit of cheese and some wine. I mean, there's my Italian dinner. Italians are skinny for a reason. The reason is cigarettes now. Healthy food, not very much of it. You think Rome is a beautiful and exciting place to live and work. You went to Montreal for a few days last August and absolutely fell in love with the people, the places, the vibe, and the stories your friends had to tell you about what it's like living in the city. Also, you think the mayor is a little batty. I don't know who the mayor from Montreal is, but yeah, I would 100% believe that based on my general impressions of Montreal. So I assume they couldn't. I assume Quebec can't exist without politicians who are at least a little batty. It's part of the job requirements in Quebec. So you'd love to live and work in Montreal someday. That would be beautiful. I actually really like Quebec City, if you've ever been there. It's very European, so obviously that's why I love it. But yeah, I really like Quebec City. I think it's absolutely beautiful, stunning, gorgeous, kind of beautiful French city in Canada. Montreal's nice too, but Quebec City just stole my heart. And it's, like I said, it's not surprising because it's the most European place in Canada. Honestly, I think it's the most European place in North America. It just feels like France. Montreal is fun though. Montreal has good concerts usually. They get good music actually. For some reason. I mean, the reason is that bands that tour come to Toronto and Montreal if they come to Canada at all. But Montreal gets them. Sometimes Montreal gets ones that Ontario doesn't get, which is bizarre. Where are you now, if you don't mind me asking? You don't have to answer that if you're private. If you've already told me, I'm sorry, I forgot. Old Montreal looks quackload like some old parts of Paris. Exactly right. It has that European flair, those kind of beautiful European style buildings, the stonework. So good. I just love it. If I wasn't allowed to leave Canada, that's where I would go. You are 45 minutes north of Toronto. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was in Toronto for a couple of years, so I love Toronto. But yeah, I mean, going to Quebec would be good for more religious stuff. They're definitely more... Toronto's pretty religious compared to Western Canada, but I think Quebec has them beat. So it's a good place to be if you're diving into the religion. Okay, I feel like I have tabs I need to close, and I don't know which ones. I need to like go through them all. Okay, what else do I need to do? I need to do... Oh, I have stuff I need to open before I can close other stuff. You know that feeling where you're like, well, I can't close this until I update this, but that means I have to actually open it first, and then, oh, instead of getting rid of stuff, you got more stuff happening. It's like, do I really want to do that right now, or should I just leave the tab and ignore it for another day? You know, it's always an option. Always an option. Okay, I think if I work out my sleep schedule, what my sleep schedule should be, like what the latest time I should go to bed is in order to get up in the afternoon for work, and what the, you know, what time I could get up in the afternoon if I went to bed right away after work. Because normally I get off work at 1 and then I don't get home till 2, and then I don't go to bed for another couple hours. But I could. Like I could, well, I mean, not necessarily, because sometimes I'm too caffeinated to go to sleep right away. But if I was conscious of that, I could try to plan to crash right after work and then be up in the afternoon. But I also feel like I waste time in the afternoon. Like if I wake up at 10 or 11, I'm not going to do much all day, right? Before work. But also, am I going to do much in the evening after? Like I could do a stream. Am I going to? It would be really cool if I did. I would like to make that happen maybe next week. I should also do an art stream. I haven't done an art stream in forever. Okay, so let's write down art stream on Wednesday. But also, I should probably have a date this week, because I haven't dated anyone in 2 or 3 weeks now. And that's a long time to be single for someone who is new in town. So I should probably try to make it. Oh, okay. I couldn't do a date on Thursday this week because it was book club. Next week, I don't have book club, so I should try to plan a date for Thursday, and I should try to do art club on Wednesday. Look at me go. We're getting stuff organized here. Art club Wednesday, tentatively. Thursday, some sort of social excursion. Possibly. If you go to Montreal, go to St. Joseph's Oratory and the Notre Dame Basilica. Yeah, I've only been in Montreal once. So I don't really, and it was when I was in high school. I don't remember it a lot, but I remember it was nice. I remember it was beautiful and fun. You haven't been on a date since you were 23 and you're 42 now. You think you'll be fine. Yeah, I'm feeling very, I feel very nervous about all of it because I want to start a family soon. And like that biological clock is just making me very nervous. But it's like, okay, just relax. But I dated a couple different people this year. Some of whom were moderately successful, and then they kept moving away. And I'm like, I'm not leaving Rome. I moved here for a reason. So if they move to another town or another country, it's like, well, goodbye. I'll try something else. It's just frustrating to waste all that time and then have them leave town. But it will all come together. I'm very... if I can't rely on other people, I just make things happen for myself. So that's something will end up happening in the next year or two, regardless of what the gentlemen are thinking. Okay, I like that schedule for this week. What else do I have to do this month? Many things. Okay, not anything until the end of the month. Oh, I need to buy tickets because I want to go to the ballet on the Halloween, and then I want to go clubbing on Halloween. So I should actually put a post onto the Facebook expat group and see if anyone wants to come clubbing with me on Halloween, because I am more likely to get an American who wants to go clubbing than I am an Italian. And I really like clubbing on Halloween because I really like dancing and I really like dressing up. So those two things combined, I would really like to go to a bar on Halloween. I need to find someone who will go with me. Also, one of the great things about Italy is that because November 1st is like All Saints Day, I think. It's a religious holiday. Whatever. It's a like government holiday in Italy. So November 1st is always a day off work if you work a regular schedule, which I don't, so I still have work. because I work at a bar. But if you work a normal office job, you get November 1st off all the time. So you can go out on Halloween and it doesn't matter what day of the week it falls on because November 1st is free. Whereas in Canada and America, November 1st is a work day. If it's a work day, you know, if it's a Sunday or Saturday, whatever. But when it's a work day, you can go out on Halloween, but you gotta go to work the next morning. And in Italy, you don't. France was like that too. It was great. Except I also worked at a bar in France. But it means people in general are more likely to go out because they don't have work the next day. So even if I'm willing to go out and work the next day, and it's not till the evening because it's a bar, I can find other people who want to do it. Okay, break's over. Let's reset the timer. We're going to do a work session of 45 minutes. I'm going to run an ad here in just a second. And then I'll be back after 45 and I'm going to get something done. I haven't decided what I'm working on yet, but I am working. So something I'll get done in the next 45. Let's go. Alright. We are finished that work session. How is everyone doing out there? Alright, we're gonna run an ad. We're almost done here. Alright, so we've been doing pretty good here. We've been getting some stuff done. We actually got a lot of work done. I did end up doing some graphic design at the end of the day there, so that was pretty good. Yeah, I'm feeling good about that. I don't know if I'm going to be able to sleep or not. I'm feeling tired, but last night I was tired and then I still didn't sleep for a couple hours because I had way too much caffeine trying to be productive, but it worked. I was insanely productive, so that was good. But yeah, I don't know. Tonight I'm hoping I'll be a little more tired a little earlier, so that would be good. Tomorrow I've got work, and yeah, I won't be back again this weekend like I was saying. So tomorrow I've got work, the next day I've got work, and then on Sunday I've got the comic convention, so that should be fun. Hopefully it'll be fun. I don't know what to expect. It's going to be kind of new and crazy, and it's outside of town, so I've got to get there and take the train and all that stuff, but it should be good. I'm excited for it. I'm excited to kind of meet some new people, I guess, and that kind of thing. Computers are kind of being very slow right now, and I think that's just because I've kind of been doing a lot on both of them, a lot of video files on both of them, and they're just struggling, but they're alright. Yeah, they are really struggling today. Well, not today, just right now. Just right now. Because they're having some fun. Yeah, I definitely haven't done an art stream in a while because, like, I haven't rated an art stream in a while, so I can tell. I'm just like, oh, I haven't watched art on Twitch in ages. And it's like, oh, yeah, I guess that's kind of how that works, right? It's so funny because Twitch is the one thing that I'm really good at engaging on. Like, I just naturally find the platform easy to like chat with other creators, whereas things like Instagram and TikTok, even everything else, I just find kind of difficult to actually engage, which is what you're supposed to do, like leave comments and, you know, ask questions and respond to questions, and I'm just I find it very difficult. Except on Twitch, for some reason, the live action nature of it, like the immediate nature of it, kind of makes it feel less like a burden, and less burden on the other person too. Like, you know, they're right there, you're right there, your question's gonna be answered immediately, right? Or their question. Whereas otherwise it's like, oh, okay, well I have to send a response and they have to send a response, and, you know, it could take, with me involved, it could take ages. So I don't know, I just like the immediacy of live chat. It works for me. Okay, what did I get done today? Lots of stuff. Okay, that's the wrong week, we're not there yet. Next week. Focus on today still. Alright, I think all this is good. I'm trying to think what else I want to do today before I'm finished. But yeah, my computer's kind of starting to struggle, so I think it is about, you know, I think we're about done because the computer's like not having it so much anymore. Alright, I'm just trying to close up some things for today, but it's been good. Okay, what else do I need to do? I need to finish some of this. Copy of this. Just make sure these files are in the correct folders. Canva's bad for that, in that sometimes you can just create a bunch of new files because you're copying and editing things, and then you realize at the end you have like 20 files and they're not, you can't find them because they're not actually sorted into a folder, because if you copy from a folder, I think sometimes it stays in that folder, but a lot of times it just dumps it into no folder at all. It's like, I copied it in this folder, couldn't you just put it straight in the folder? Like, wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that make sense that I want it by default in the same folder, and then if I want another folder, I'll move it? But until then, you could just put it in there. That would be fine, because then at least it wouldn't be floating around in nothing. These ones are all organized, but I did do a really good job last year of keeping everything organized, so that's good. Yeah, these are organized. Okay, what is this going to be called? This is going to be called... Yeah, good. Okay. Still didn't really eat anything today. That's okay. I had like enough little things over the course of the day. And I didn't get a bad headache today. Yesterday I had the worst headache, but today I was kind of, I mean, I don't know. I was pretty cautious yesterday, so it's like I can't be like, oh, I was reckless yesterday, that's why I got a headache. It's like, no, I was pretty cautious yesterday too. But today, my caution paid off, and yesterday it did not. And that's why I couldn't sleep at the end of the night, because I kept trying to fix my headache with caffeine, and it worked a little. But it also kept me up all night, and I haven't had to do that today, so feeling good about that. Okay, which one is what now? I've got copies going around here. But in that case, that means I can get rid of a bunch of these. Yeah, like, I also don't have time to be like second guessing stuff here. I just need to kind of like make decisions and move fast because I want to get this published this month. So I don't have time to be messing about and being a perfectionist when really I just need to get things done. Okay, good. Alright, yeah, we're in it. I'm also kind of in the zone, which is not great because I do need to go to sleep. But I'm not late yet to get to sleep. I have a couple hours before I have to get to sleep. It'd be nice to get up early in the morning. Wouldn't that be amazing? Wouldn't that be fun? It's possible, I assume. Okay, all of these need to kind of go. These are my color guides, but I'm actually prioritizing a grayscale paperback this time, so I really don't need to be worrying about colors right now because I'm trying to prioritize affordability on this one. So let's move these color guides to the end because they're kind of irrelevant, quite frankly. I think I've labeled a bunch of this stuff. Okay, let's label this cover. I really don't need to actually worry about the front cover, the cover files in general, because those will be a separate file, but it's good to get organized. So it's good to have it on the top of the file so that I know what I'm looking at, basically, is what it comes down to. It's easier to find if I can see it. With the title. Okay, and yeah, I don't need the copyright on the pages. Oh, I also just don't need backgrounds on these pages. That's right. Yeah, let me look at my paperback sample, my grayscale sample, and work off of that. Wouldn't that be smart, eh? In fact, wouldn't that be much smarter than this? Much smarter if I just did that. I think I'm trying to decide if I want to do a full color one because I love it and it looks so beautiful, but it's like, actually, I don't have time right now. Maybe I can release one in the future, but right now, actually, maybe let's just not. Let's just fucking not. How about? Let's just fucking not. I do need to copy the end matter to templates. So make sure I get all my templates working. This is the other thing too, I'm like, oh, this is so much work, but then I'm like, actually, I've already done all this work already. I just need to adjust it slightly and put the new copy in, and I will actually be fine. Yeah, look at that, where I'm going. Okay. All those, why do they need to change those? Oops. What did I just do? Oh, are you locked? Is that what it is? Where's my lock key so I can see that? Oh, I'm using the wrong stupid button. I forgot this keyboard. The button I think is delete is actually backspace, and so it doesn't work when I use it as delete. And I really should change that because I feel like I constantly try to use it as delete. Possibly more than as backspace. Okay, what have I got now? I think we're good. I think that's not bad. That's too big. That needs to be small. Hey, alright. Okay, guys. Thanks everyone for being here with me. I hope you enjoyed the stream. We're gonna go do a nice little raid, and we'll be back next week. We won't be back over the weekend, but Wednesday. I'm expecting to do an art stream on Wednesday. That is my goal, because I haven't done one in a while, and I also just haven't painted in a while. So I would really like to actually do that, because I kind of forget that it's really great for my mental health in general. So that is what we're gonna try to do, and if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, but I'm trying to stream at least once a week this month, because I didn't do it last time. Good night, Meowfa! I hope you have a... I did that wrong. Fuck. I hope you have a lovely, lovely day, lovely night, and thanks for being around and hanging out with me, and hanging out for book club. Alright, thanks everyone. If you're new here, my name's Natasha. We do co-working streams, we do art, fashion design, graphic design. I'm also planning on doing a graphic design where you can actually see what I'm working on at some point here. It just takes so much setup, so that kind of thing. But yes, like, follow, subscribe, hang around, check out the Discord, check out other things, and there's lots of Instagrams, there's lots of products for sale. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I hope you'll come back, and we will see you in the future. Bye, guys.